ready to go. We're off and running at Finger Lakes. Maddie's Express on the far outside gets the first call of the day and strides in front with Convertible Freeze, who snatches the lead. They're not going fast early. Convertible Freeze and Cabercoa lead the way into the clubhouse turn. From Maddie's Express in the blue jacket running in second. Joe's Had Enough is third. Raw Courage now between horses. Rainier three deep. Those three pretty much at the back as Maddie's Express is eased off the pace. Convertible Freeze on the lead still by a half length. Raw Courage is the presser with 3/4 of a mile to go. Has moved up a couple spots to claim that second position and press the issue on the front end. The last three line up at the back. Rainier, Maddie's Express, who's now between horses, and Joe's Had Enough, the gray, down at the rail. 5 runners separated by just 2.5 lengths as they approach the halfway mark. It's still Convertible Freeze, the heavy favorite at 1-4, has a half mile to go and a length lead now. Raw Courage right behind in the second position. Joe's Had Enough on the heels of that leader as they sail into the far turn. Rainier, the first one, shown more rain to get going in the 3-path. And Maddie's Express is at the back as they round the far turn. Raw Courage is dropping back. Convertible Freeze leaves the rail open for Joe's Had Enough, who comes forward on the inside. And Joe's Had Enough alongside Convertible Freeze, and they kick 2 ahead. Rainier in an all-out drive third. Maddie's Express down on the inside, cuts the corner, and the swing for home. Raw Courage is out of it. They're down the lane. Convertible Freeze fighting back, reclaims the lead from Joe's Had Enough, and it's Convertible Freeze shaking away now. Convertible Freeze kicks away to about a 2-length lead. Joe's Had Enough back in second. On the outside, Rainier third with Maddie's Express. It's all Convertible Freeze. Convertible Freeze wins the opener by 2. Joe's Had Enough was second for a mile and 70 yards in 1 minute 44.33 seconds, pace 270 to win. Up next is race 2 in the second race, number 1. Peace. And they're off. Soulful Terra leapt in the air at the start and is well out of it in the early stages. World Cruise from the far outside, moving up to take the lead. Jovio on a hold is asked to relax off the loose leader, World Cruise, who hits the turn, gets to the rail from the far outside post, leads by 2 lengths in the early stages. Jovio down on the inside, behind running in the second position. Soulful Terra uses some energy to claim the third position, all the way up and joins second. Soulful Terra after the bad break as they hit the backstretch run. The last pair there together, Chassis and Crash the Crease. They're side by side. So they're down the backstretch. World Cruise paving the way at 18-1 on top by about a length from Soulful Terra all the way up into the second position. She's opened up about 4 lengths on Jovio, who's well behind now in third with Chassis, and another length to Crash the Crease with a half mile to go. World Cruise, the one to reel in. Soulful Terra right there, now a half length back as they go into the far turn run. Gap of 4 to Chassis into the third position. Jovio needs to turn it around. Lost ground at the 5 furlong marker, is still fourth well behind, and Crash the Crease still at the back. 5/16 to go. We've got a new leader. Soulful Terra easily passes World Cruise with a 1/4 mile more to go, and Soulful Terra leads by 2. Chassis pushed hard to get after that front runner in second, is about 4 wide coming off the turn. They're down the lane. Soulful Terra used a lot of energy to get in a good stalking position after blowing the brake, and now that's taking its toll because here comes Chassis on the outside to corral that front runner and take the lead. 16th to go. It's Chassis, a length in front, a length and a half, and it's going to be Chassis to win it. Chassis gets the money. Soulful Terra was second. Jovio comes on for third. We're in seconds. This race is now official. Chassis pays $3.20 to win. Remember, we have that consolation double with the late scratch of number 3 in the pack. And we're off. Street Cop Officer broke sharply today. Kingdom on pause up on the pace with Mad Magic from the inside. Mad Magic a nose in front with 1 lap to go. Kingdom on pause not far off. Crypto Causeway makes it 3 across the track. Street Cop Officer 4 wide, even deeper. Patrollo parked 5 deep on the course as they sort themselves out on the front end. The Gray Love That Bird gets to the back of the field early, but he's only 2.5 or 3 behind. A compact group Rounds the clubhouse turn. Mad Magic leads the parade by a neck. Street Cop Officer there on the outside to engage. They're linked in front of Petrolo, who's in a good spot running in third out of harm's way. Love That Bird has advanced a couple spots, joins him down the backside. Another length further back to Crypto Causeway, and Kingdom on Pause is the caboose of the field, only 3 behind as they head down the backside. Street Cop Officer on the outside with a nose in front of Mad Magic now. On the outside deep is Crypto Causeway making an early move with Petrolo, who's right there. Love That Bird. 5 runners start to pack up, and now Mad Magic, that early leader, is out of gas, drops back to 5th, and is done at this point, joining Kingdom on Pause at the back. Kingdom on Pause has a lot of ground to make up at this point. 5/16 remaining in the contest. Petrolo in the blue jacket looks for the lead, grabs it, and Love That Bird is now sent along inside of him. These two hook up as they come to the top of the lane. Crypto Causeway is third right behind the dueling leaders down the stretch. Love That Bird game today on the inside of Petrolo, who's trying to seal the deal, but he's getting a little bit tired. Love That Bird still inside of him, fighting hard, and Crypto Causeway, 3 runners in contention for the win. Love That Bird on the inside of Petrolo, nose and nose, coming to the line, and it is Petrolo. Petrolo on the outside got it for Cabercoa, giving him 2 today. Race, 20 minutes. We're ready to go. And Laroff, Honorable Avenue wins the start, takes advantage of it, strides in front with Golden Rain from the inside. Golden Rain to the front, and Honorable Avenue takes back in the second position. And third is Mo Trump, the gray horse, down on the inside, charging into the turn. Barrel of Quests, the favorites, in the fourth position, ahead of Allah, who's second to last, about 5 ahead of Bert, who's at the back of the pack. Around the clubhouse turn they go. Golden Rain carving out the fractions, 2 lengths ahead of Mo Trump, who strides in second, passing Honorable Avenue into the third position, now within 2 lengths of the lead, approaching the backstretch run. Another 2 lengths back to another pair. Barrel of Quest inside of Allah, and still a gap of 5 to Bert, who's at the back of the pack. Down the backstretch, Golden Rain with a clear lead. The margin's a length and 3/4. Mo Trump right behind in chase mode second. He's put about 2 lengths on Honorable Avenue in third. Barrel of Quest joins him on the inside, the 4-5 favorite, within 3 lengths of the lead now, sailing into the far turn. He's saving ground around that turn. Gap of 2.5 to Allah, sent along, and Bert has yet to pass a runner as they round the far turn. It's still Golden Rain trying to make every pole a winning one here. 3/4 of a length ahead. Mo Trump asked for Mo. Gap of 3 to Barrel of Quests in the third position. Really needs to turn it around. His jockey's imploring him to get going, but he's still well behind and not making up ground. In the meantime, it's still Golden Rain in front. Golden Rain a furlong to go. Half length in front. Mo Trump wearing him down from the outside, but Golden Rain is stubborn, and he just kicked away again. And it's Golden Rain who reigns supreme on this group. Golden Rain, your winner all the way. Mo Trump second. Bert from the back at 44.71 seconds. Early pick 4 comes back $26.02. The 5th race is up next, ladies and gentlemen. Turning our programs to race. We're ready to go. And Laroff. All 7 runners broke in a single file line. Going to the front is Mork, hard sent to get to the front, and has the lead from Onofrio, who strides in second, presses mildly around the clubhouse turn. One with everything third to the inside. Then Air Force Cross, No Surrender, Bookworm. That trio pretty much lines up at the back, and Run with Everything joins them as they round the clubhouse turn and approach the backstretch run. Mork really trying to slow the pace down here. Leads by a neck. Onofrio in the 2-path second. Air Force Cross is 3 wide. No Surrender farther out. Parked 4 deep down the backside. Bookworm has eased off that quartet and drops to the rear. One with Everything within 3 lengths of the lead and is now in the 5th position. So they head down the backstretch, and it's Mork setting the tone here. Mork a length and a quarter ahead of a line of 3 runners. No Surrender on the outside. Onofrio inside, and Air Force Cross in the middle. They're 2 better than One with Everything, and a similar margin to Bookworm, who can see them all as they charge into the turn. Mork strings them out. They were packed up at the 5/8 marker at the 3 furlong pole. They are strung out by about 10 lengths here. Mork is the leader with 5/16 to go. A length and a half in front of No Surrender. Sent after that pace setter second. Air Force Cross is third. The favorite down on the the inside, still within range as they come to the top of the lane, and Air Force Cross has run, tries to dart forward on the inside, and the rails open up for him if he's good enough. Air Force Cross, no surrender, and here comes One With Everything on the grandstand side. One With Everything, no surrender, kick on together. Air Force Cross needs to do more in third. There's a 16th to go. No surrender. One With Everything, head and head. One With Everything on the outside. No surrender coming back. One With Everything with the nose in front, but it's tight. Very tight. No surrender with one last lunge. Made it a photo. And they're off. Retail Man was a little bit slow to go. Casual Kitten had no problems coming out of there. Strides in front. The Mighty Don on the outside. And Central Station down on the inside. Hard sent to hold the rail spot and come and challenge Casual Kitten on the lead. So it's Casual Kitten in front with Central Station. They're stride for stride with a half mile to go. And they put 2.5 lengths on Vaunted off the pace in third. The Mighty Don right behind him. Big gap of 5 back to Retail Man and Connect the Brox as they round the far turn. It's still that battle between Casual Kitten and Central Station. Casual Kitten on the outside with a head lead, and Central Station battles back from the inside. Here comes Vaunted. Looms up ominously on the outside deep and comes looking for the lead at the top of the lane, and Vaunted is the one to beat coming off the turn here. Vaunted's in front. Casual Kitten trying but is behind in second, attempts to re-rally and is fighting pretty hard here. Coming to the furlong pole, Vaunted on top, but Casual Kitten is as game as the day is long, and Casual Kitten had to work for it but earn that victory. Casual Kitten over Vaunted. Good allowance race here. Scratch number 5, Fidalia. Post time for the 8th race, a 6 furlong event for New York Breds coming up in 20 minutes. And they're off. Practical Rachel off sluggishly. Darn That Song had a good break but is not in front. Small Pebbles from the inside quickest and dashes away, shows the way by about a length and a half. From Chasing Daylight moves up into second. Darn That Song is third in the early stages. Princess Sonia down inside of that rival within 2 lengths of the lead. Another length to Super Slide. 3 back to Kaz Music, and a huge break to Practical Rachel, who's detached from the rest of the group as they approach the far turn run. Small Pebbles on top here by a narrow margin. Chasing Daylight in second, moving up a half length back. Princess Sonia was in a little bit tight, dropped back a little bit, and is now trying to re-rally on the inside in a tight spot on the fence. Darn That Song is between horses. Super Slide pushed upon within 2 lengths of the lead. Kaz Music going to be caught. Kaz Music's diving quickly and Chasing Daylight. Kaz Music on the outside got it with a well. They're going 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch number 9, anything passable. The nightcap, the finale up next in about 21 minutes at 4:33 p.m. We're ready to go. And Laroff in the finale. Knight of the Crown drifted in at the start, but he's up on the pace. Drossel Diem there too. These two together with Max Foster sent hard to get after those front runners is parked 3 deep, close up going into the turn. Colton Goes is next in the field. Down on the inside, saving ground, a length in front of Oliver with a twist. Another 3 lengths back to Lars. Jacoba alongside of him, and Red Fortress is at the back of the pack. A strung out group separated by 12, maybe even 15 lengths as they approach the backstretch run. Knight of the Crown sets it on his pace. Goes at a good clip here. Leads by a length from Max Foster. Delegates the track on a hold second. Gap of 2 to Drossel Diem in third. Colton Goes races on the inside, while Oliver with a twist is about 3 paths off the rail in the 5th position. 5 lengths off the pace. Another 7 back to Lars. Jacoba inside of him. And still a gap of 4 or 5 to the trailing Red Fortress as the 8 runners approach the far turn run. Knight of the Crown went quickly early. Hits the turn a length and a half clear of Max Foster. Right behind, now sent along from second. Drossel Diem in the 3rd position. 3 lengths off the loose leader. Oliver with a twist in 4th on the outside. Colton Goes in the 5th position, plodding in place, about to be joined by Lars. And then comes Jacoba and Red Fortress as they come to the top of the lane. Knight of the Crown, after setting that fast pace, is trying to hang around, but he's getting tired. Oliver with a twist on the outside down the center of the track has taken a short lead. Red Fortress is on the move from the back of the field, and the speed is collapsing here. Red Fortress, grandstand side, powers to the front. Red Fortress kicking away from last to first. It's Red Fortress to give Cabercoa the natural hat trick. Oliver with a twist. Just got their second overnight of the Crown. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for watching and wagering on Finger Lakes Racetrack. Folks, without further ado, we now ask you to please rise and remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you can now get out your pens, pencils, and programs because we now have today's changes on an 8-race card. Here they come. In the first race on the program, we scratch number 2 Maggie. Scratch number 2 Maggie in race 1 today. Also in the first race, please note numbers 3, 4, 5, and 6 will be carrying 122 pounds. Numbers 3 through 6, all correcting the weight there from your programs to the corrected weight, 122 pounds. Race 1 begins the early pick 4. In the second race on the program, there are no changes. We're clear in the second race. Also in the third race, we go to number 3, Good Night, God Bless, 1 pound overweight. 1 pound over for number 3, Good Night, God Bless, in race 3 today. The third race begins the pick 6. And we have a slight carryover there of $1,131. $1,100 carried over into the pick 6, which begins in the third race, going 2 turns. The fourth race starts the late pick 5 sequence. In race number 4, we're clear. No changes in race 4. The fifth race begins the late pick 4. In race 5, number 2 Ashted Lady is 2 pounds overweight. 5 Bald Kitten, 1 pound overweight. 6 Vesuvio, 1 pound overweight. In the sixth race on the card, scratch number 5, Vroom Vroom. Number 5, Vroom Vroom, withdrawn from the sixth race today. Also in race 6, number 6, Major Mayhem, is 1 pound overweight. The penultimate race on the card is race 7. In the seventh race, scratch number 1, Ero's Girl. Also scratch number 3, Capital Gal. Numbers 1 and 3 both scratched out of race number 7. Please note number 1A still runs. Number 1A still in the seventh race. The eighth race is the finale. In the nightcap, race 8, we're all clear, no changes. Post time coming up in approximately 53 3 minutes. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, our pre-race show. Make sure to tune in. It's coming up shortly with track handicapper Dave Mattice.
And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice, where we're going to conclude another racing week with this 8-race card. I was just looking at Tuesday. Man, they have a 9-race card for next Tuesday. Look pretty good. Actually, Monday and Tuesday looking good as we conclude this week. Got a couple good racing days coming up. Good card today as well for some wagering, including another 2-year-old race. These baby horses will do battle in one of the races today. Those are always tough, and that's one of those races where do your research, do some breeding, look at their works. Should be a good one. They're always fun. Yesterday, good day for Keeber Koa. It's been getting close in the jockey standings between Keeber Koa and Andre Worry. Andre Worry's been sneaking. Remember, Andre got hurt last year. And then we had the close race to the end of the year between Keeber Koa and Emmanuel Di Diego. Came down to the last day of the meet. Well, getting close again, but this year it's Worry who's healthy again. He made a big move, but then Koa kind of answered with 3 victories. Right now it's Koa with 48 wins, Worry with 44. Still, there's a lot of time to go, but both good riders doing very well. Do want to mention, speaking of good riders, John Davila Jr., who was injured earlier this season, he will be honored right here in Rochester as far as the Red Wings Walk of Fame. That's, the local athletes here are honored there. That'll take place this Sunday. So congratulations to jockey John Davila Jr. Maybe we'll still see him back here. I think he still hasn't decided where his future holds, but we do wish him a speedy recovery, at least to get fully healthy after being injured earlier this season. Okay, fast racetrack for today's card. It says, I'm not the track announcer, I'll say that. Actually, we have Matt Dinnerman here today to do the announcing. Does a very good job, by the way. He's substituting for Anthony. We do expect Anthony to be back on his mounts coming this Monday. Okay, first race, starter optional claimer. 8,000 is the claiming tag. Horses that have not started for that claiming price of 5,000. Do want to mention we did have a lot of weight changes. I think there were some mistakes as far as how they assessed the weights in here. As you can read in the headlines of horses how they were assessing the weights, but most of them will be carrying 122 in this race based on recent victories. It's a tricky first race, I'll say that. You do have the return of Fast Fran, who was, I guess would be considered one of the top claimers last year. Had a phenomenal season for Richard Schaefer. The big question mark is going to be the layoff. This is a belated first start of the year. We consider that her last start was in November. Yeah, she is fast, and that's the thing. 5 furlongs, maybe fitness won't be as much of a concern with the shorter distance. Those we do run 4.5 and 5 furlongs at the beginning of the meet. One thing I'll say, for a starter optional claimer, this race didn't come up that tough. And we've been seeing the starters, especially going longer distances, come up extremely difficult. They're almost like 3 state-bred allowance races. That's how tough they've been coming up. Maybe the waiver claim is kind of adding to how difficult these races are coming. But this one didn't come up as tough, I didn't think. Maybe the distance seemed too short for a lot of the horses. But with that said, I think Fast Fran can get in the race early. Determined Love's going to have the lead from the rail. I think Fast Fran at least will stay close enough. Determined Love, as you see last time, had a difficult time holding on in the very late stages of the race. Could see something similar to that if Fast Fran could stay close enough. Chasing that one down, I can see her win. But again, it's a little bit of a concern that she's been off for quite some time. The 3 Diva Banker was an interesting long shot in here for me. She does step up, and this is usually a huge step up when you're talking about those conditional 5s going right into the starter. Usually you'll see these starters, maybe they ran for 5 a couple months ago. They were thrown in there, and this one maybe jammed in a sense for 5 in that race. But I'm going to go with Diva Banca for second. David Iola claimed this one. Going to have to stand up for a second. David Iola claimed this one last time, and the horse ran pretty well. Sorry, I felt myself sinking. I think Mailman must have done something to this chair when he was my guest yesterday. But with that said, I'm going to talk about Diva Banker. This horse had been running in New York against tougher open claimers. So I did get beat, but that race was pretty close. And maybe it was more of the trip and the way the track was playing. Let's Maga was a big upsetter, ran absolutely huge, but it was the outside of the racetrack that was winning most of the races. And Let's Maga kind of fit the bill. Diva Banker, there was no real excuse as far as the trips. She just got beat at the wire, but that was her first trip over the track, and she's capable of better. As you see, she was against tougher competition. So I could see this horse a little bit of a price in the first. I'm going to use her for second. For third, I will go with Determined Love just on the fact that she's a speed, and it is only 5 furlongs. Cole will get the most out of her. You saw Cole almost pull off an upset yesterday. Yeah, she's an interesting horse, but you always got to respect speed when it comes to these short sprints at Finger Lakes, the 4.5 and 5. Good race. Obviously, you can't discount Holiday Jazz. I thought the distance might be a little bit short. If the distance was any further, I probably would have took her on top. But that's what makes it interesting, why she entered for 5 furlongs. 4, 3, and 1 in race number 1. Of course, she could win with the right kind of trip. She's probably a little bit better than some of those. Second race is an 11 and 9 claimer. Never won 3 condition for fillies and mares, going 5.5 furlongs. Well, it's tough to go against the 3 Special Pal. From a pretty open, tricky race to the first, to a race that looks like you got a possible standout. Special Pal just missed last time, finishing second to Grand Lady Indy. Of course, Grand Lady Indy kind of plays around at the end, is always first or second, but always makes a good account of herself. It was an off track, and that was her first time on an off track. She beat an easier field in the 2 Lifetime the race before, but she's got good tactical speed, and she looks like she is the speed of this race. And you know, Stars Delight's quick too. I think she's faster than Stars Delight. She'll at least be out there if Stars Delight decides to be real aggressive. But it does seem like Stars Delight's lost her speed lately. I don't know if that's a case of she's not breaking that well. Maybe there's other horses in the race with some speed that she's not as aggressive early, but she doesn't seem to be as quick as she was last year. When you go back to last summer, Stars Delight, you could say was probably quicker than Special Pal. Well, I don't think that's the case anymore. We'll see. I mean, she's dropping down in class. I used her in the top 3 on the drop. I know she's capable of better, but she's been really having it tough against some really tough groups. And there is other speed in those races that Stars Delight comes out of. I used her third with Special Pal as kind of a standout. She's going to be a short price in here. And she's good at the distance, too. 4 starts, 2 wins, and 2 seconds at a particular distance. The other one I used was the 4 Fancy Feline. Actually kind of split them up. Fancy Feline's always been a tricky one. I kind of liked her when she first came here. She was coming out of some tougher one other than allowance races in New York. She was expected to win. I mean, she was competitive in those races. She came here. You expected her to win the races that she was in, the lifetime conditions here at Finger Lakes. And she just couldn't do it. She just never could get to the winner's circle first. Then she tailed off a little bit. Went back to New York, and then came back here, and she's just not quite as good as she was when she first arrived here. Now, I don't think the route is her thing, so maybe we can use the excuse, or I'm going to use the excuse, of the last 2 races that she didn't want to go long. It's not like she ran that badly, but she broke badly in both of those races. The thing is, the race that she ran 4th, again, that's a much, much tougher field. You're talking about 2 of the Ferraro trainees, Silent Invasion and Dorothy's Dream. Man, they would run 1-2 easily in this race. The Fancy Feline was in. But you could see, she looked like a horse that was kind of even and out at the end, like a horse that can't quite get the distance. So I think the turnback's going to be good for her. It's kind of a big turnback going to 5.5. But the big thing is the drop in class, that she should be competitive against this field. And you do have drop-ins. I mean, Devily's coming up in class, but she's been good for 5. Galley Head, it's a tricky one to figure. She's been coming off the turf in routes. And Tubbles has kind of lost her form. She also drops, kind of like Fancy Feline. But I'm going to go the 3, 4, and 1 in race number 2. Seems competitive for 2nd and 3rd. If you like Special Pal, who does look like if she breaks and gets the lead over Stars Delight, she's going to win race number 2. But I think in this case, if you're kind of at an angle of how you're playing the race, I think maybe you take a shot for a little bit of a price for 2nd or 3rd, because I think it's wide open as far as a second for 2nd. Who knows? I mean, she's going to be a pretty short price. So you want to get the value as far as trying for the exactas and tries. Maybe just single her in the pick. 3rd race, an allowance race for fillies and mares. Never won a race since a date, or never won for a lifetime. This is always, with Love My Candy, it's been difficult to figure out the tactics for M. Anthony Ferraro, because he's had both times Love My Candy has run. He's had other horses in the race, and I think the other horse was the favorite and the speed of the race. So he opted, and it was smartly so, because Love My Candy won both those races. He opted to rate both of those other favorites, and Love My Candy was the one that was the speed, and ended up to keep going and winning. Of course, I think one of the horses runs in the 4th. And then last time, Silent Invasion. Silent Invasion can't be rated in a route. I mean, that horse had no shot being rated. So it kind of surprised me that they sent Love My Candy to the front. But she loved the off track. And obviously, she loves the distance. So interesting enough, she's probably the speed again today. I don't know how much pressure she's going to get early. I do think Dorothy's Dream is the better horse. Dorothy's Dream looked good defeating Silent Invasion, who was the main speed of her race back in July. So I think Dorothy's Dream, coming off the slop last time in a sprint, stretching out again, is just the best horse in the race. And she's not going to be compromised by them putting the stablemate on the front end, because she's a horse that likes to come from out of it. So I think M. Anthony Ferraro kind of holds the cards here. Obviously, a horse with some class is Carl Grusmark's trained horse, Good Night, God Bless. I think it's real questionable at the distance, though. Not much experience as far as going long on the dirt for Good Night, God Bless. But she has been against, although restricted 3-year-olds, those obviously aren't restricted for New York breds, the races she's coming out of in Maryland at Laurel and Pimlico. So obviously on class, she can beat these horses going against mostly state breds here. But I'm a little questioned about the distance. This is something that she doesn't have a lot of experience doing. She does have a couple wins on the dirt, but I don't know about the route more than anything. I'll go the 2, 4, and 3 in race number 3. All right, let's go to race number 4. Race number 4 is an allowance race going a distance of 1.70 miles. I got to get Anthony Stabile back, because he helps my budget in here. That's how he's the one that got me the new desk and everything. So maybe you could get me some new chairs. I got to check the budget for handicapping. 4th race, an allowance race for fillies and mares, goes a distance of 1.70 miles. This is an interesting one too. Kind of like what I talked about in race number 3, with a sprinter stretching out a horse that had a class edge. Risk Free is that, and she's got a big numbers edge. And this one I don't have a problem with, going the distance of 1:70. The main issue that I had, so I like the horse, but I wouldn't single the horse, because the main issue I had with Risk Free is this. She's got 10 seconds. That's concerning. For a horse, obviously it's a 2 lifetime, so a lot of those seconds that she had was while she was still a maiden, so maybe she's gotten over that second ice. Well, she got over second ice because she's finishing behind some much tougher horses in the last few starts. Now, the dam was a multiple stakes winner, but a pretty good sprinter, so that was the other part of it, is how good of a router she actually is. She's only had one career route attempt, and that was a mile, but she ran pretty well. She ran fourth. She wasn't that badly beaten against obviously better horses than these, and the number's good enough to beat these. So that was good enough for me to take her on top, although I am a little concerned about all the seconds that Risk Free has. I will use Sky's winning bid for second. Like I said, I was just talking about Love My Candy in the race before. This was one of those horses that was probably compromised by her stablemate being in the race. She did have some trouble at the beginning too, where probably trying to be rated, some other horses came over on her, and she was out of the race. So you could just completely draw a line through the last race. She was compromised, plus she had such a tough beginning in the early stages. Looks like a horse that wants to lead from the rail, and it doesn't look like it's going to be easy, because you got the presence of American Saint, who ran off the screen against Maidens last time with a slow pace, that probably wants to show pace too. But I do think that Sky's winning bid can get the lead, and if she could get the lead over American Saint and maybe slow it down a little bit, she's certainly dangerous to go all the way. I guess that's the big question mark, is how good is American Saint? This is an American Pharaoh. Obviously, we don't get a lot of American Pharaohs here at Finger Lakes. She does come off a double-digit victory in her last maiden special win, and she did have things her own way. So, she's supposed to win that race, and she's probably going to win that race no matter how they ran the race, how fast she went or whatever. But keep in mind, she had everything her own way. She ended up getting 51 and 116, so maybe the race looks better than what it actually was because she took advantage of slow pace. Maybe she would have won like that anyway. She was going to beat those horses no matter what, but they certainly made it easy on her, but she was able to walk out there on the front end. So I guess we'll find out how good she is in her second trip over the track, because this is a much different story and much deeper waters when you got Sky's winning bid and Risk Free in the race. But she's the other player. The Flurry of Roses and Maze Love Lafty, probably more of the underneath type, but I would go with the 4-1-3 as the 3 main contenders in the fourth to start off your pick 5. Okay, now we get to the fun one. This is the 2-year-olds going a distance of 5 furlongs, a maiden race, exacta try, super, daily double, and pick 4 starts in race number 5. And yeah, it's tricky, and you got a lot of first-time starters, as you usually do, because I think this is the first time we've run the boy 2-year-olds. The first 2-year-old race that we had was for the 2-year-old fillies. It only goes a distance of 5 furlongs, so you want your 2-year-old to have at least a little bit of speed to get in the race. Oh, yeah, you got blinkers on the one Brink after 2 starts. One of the things you could say, Brink is going to have an experience edge on these horses, and that might be enough. Looking at all the first-time starters, and some of them have some good breeding in them, but I wasn't real excited about and these other 2-year-olds with the works and the breeding, that you can come right out and say, well, this first-time star is going to be a good one. Again, you might want to watch the board in race number 5, but I wasn't too enthused with a lot of them. And with that said, Brink has run against better 2-year-olds to start off his career. It's not like he's run against some 2-year-olds here at Finger Lakes, and now he's got experience, so you take him over the first-time starters. So those 2 races that he's run were against better 2-year-olds that you would think at Saratoga and Monmouth than what he'll be facing here. And he's pretty well bred. I mean, the dam was $240,000 yearling herself. It was a half to a stakes winner evaluator. They did pay $17,000 for this one as a 2-year-old. So the interesting thing about him, talking about Brink, is the entry mate. The entry mate has one start, and that was in Ireland on the turf. You don't see too many horses coming off the turf, coming overseas to Finger Lakes after running at Ireland. You don't see too, I don't know what they're like. The owners and trainers over there in Ireland say, well, he ran over here on the turf. Let's try him at Finger Lakes after that race. I don't think that they were thinking that. So it's an interesting horse coming over here for Eddie Davis. Glad he brought him over. So don't know how he's going to run. I mean, you're looking at the breeding. They only paid $8,500 for him as a yearling. Resold for $5,000. Great Britain bred. Don't see a lot of them. But I do think the one, Brink, is probably the better of the two. But goes to say, you didn't see much from Extraordinary One, as he was beaten pretty badly on the turf out there in Ireland. Maybe you get O'Callahan looking at this one. The 4-horse, now you got to kind of look at the breeding and some of the works. I wasn't too enthused by a lot of the works of some of these 2-year-olds, although I wouldn't expect them to do the 5 furlongs very quickly anyway. The 4, it's not over yet for Lisa Reed and Chris Progno. Chris Progno's been pretty good with the young horses. He's had a few first-time starter wins and a couple 2-year-olds win. So I don't have a problem using this horse, who's a Florida bred, running against mostly New York breds. Of course, she also got a Great Britain bred, but the dam is a half to a Grade 1 winner. That says something. The works are pretty decent, and I could see this one. Like I said, I'm not too enthused by a lot of these first-time starters, so the breeding is there enough. They paid $15,000 as this one for a 2-year-old, which is pretty decent for a Finger Lakes 2-year-old, and I think the horse can play. Good price morning line, so it's a little bit of a shot at 6-1. I wouldn't expect the horse to take a lot of money. It's gelded for the first start. The 3, Mr. Sugar Daddy, I would expect this horse of the firsters probably to get the most play. A $30,000 yearling. But one of the things I noticed is, especially on the dam side, it's more turf. And, the dam had a couple wins, and they were on the turf. Two of the wins. This is the first foal, and this is the third foal, and the first foal of that dam had a couple wins on the turf. So the turf is there for Mr. Sugar Daddy, but might be still good enough on the dirt. Again, some steady works, and this was the leading trainer from last year. Certainly watch the board on that one as well. So this one should be a lot of fun. The 2-year-olds going a short distance of 5 furlongs. Obviously, you want to break well in this race, and you want to have a little bit of early speed. I think the experience, and I'm not one to, especially with our 2-year-olds, when it comes to the routes, you have to have experience as a 2-year-old. In the past, all the 2-year-old, when we run that route for the first time with the 2-year-olds, it's always been, or usually been, horses that have had experience going long. I think last year was the first year it wasn't, after I had said that. But I don't always like taking the horses that have run already necessarily in these 2-year-old races, because some of these horses are ready to roll and they could be better. But I think the experience of Brink's going to help them here, and then maybe get to the winner's circle. I'm going to take that one on top. Okay, 6th race, a $5,000 maiden claimer going a distance of 1.70 miles. Scratch the 5, vroom vroom. Yeah, this is a tough one. Again, Never a Better City's track record for the 1.70 miles is not in jeopardy for this race. Yeah, I got to take the drop down. It's hard to get enthused about some of these horses that have run. Yeah, Ida Denial just missed for 5,000 when she ran this condition. Toast to Success, Chase kind of Flute Song, who was a drop down as well, got away. I actually thought the main contenders were Major Mayhem and Toast to Success. And again, Major Mayhem does not have very good form against the maiden special weights. She only had the one route attempt. And here's the thing, we were just talking about that horse. American Saint. American Saint went 51 to the half and was a much the best horse anyway. Major Saint or American Saint could run around this track twice and still beat this field. So that margin of defeat, a lot of them are getting beat many, many lengths when if they try Maiden 11.9s or Maiden special weights, they'd get beat many, many lengths. Well, I don't have a problem with this one getting beat 17 lengths when the winner won by a ton because the horse was much the best and had a slow pace. That's what I always say. Whenever you have a horse that the race flow goes to their running style and they're the best anyway, that's when you get a romp. And that's when you get an easy win. And that's exactly what happened with American Saint. So Major Mayhem coming out of that race, now dropping to 5,000. Talk about a difference. Talk about deeper water. This is much shallower waters for Major Mayhem. With that said, I'm going to use her on top. I used Toast of Success for second. Again, Flute Song had been dropping in class, had been running against tougher. And she kind of got away, and she just chased her home. The other one was a little bit better, that's all. She was better than the rest of them, and after you get past Major Mayhem, she's probably better than the rest of these. So she's the logical horse for second, and if Major Mayhem doesn't have it on the drop, she could win. The other threat might be the one, Ida Denial, who had been facing tougher. I mean, she was running here as a 2-year-old, not faring too well against the 2-year-old special weights. But when she dropped to 5 a couple starts back against these horses, she ran pretty decently. I mean, Saratoga Slideshow's no monster, but she was right there at the wire with that one. I kind of think that maybe Major Mayhem and Toast of Success are better than Saratoga Sideshow, that I would put her third because she's still better than the rest of these. So I'm going to go with 6-3-1-4. Archivist actually woke up a little bit, pressing the pace last time, a pace that collapsed because Dreamery came up and got him. Okay, 7th race. 7th race, we scratched the 1 part of entry, Eros' Girl. Scratch the 3, Capital Gal. Yeah, I'm going to go with the 5, no chalk. I'm going to go get Sal Iorio into the winner's circle finally. And I think he will. I think he's got a good shot with no chalk, but it's got to get out of the gate. He's just had some bad luck with no chalk because I think she's the best horse in here if she could get the trip. Last time she broke in the air, and she still ran extremely well to run second behind Amazing Dottie. Amazing Dottie's been sharp. And for this one to run second, despite the trouble, was a really good effort. And actually was a threat during that race. I think without the bad start, the race might have been a lot closer. With that said, she's got to get out of the gate. I mean, this is a tough group again, but I think she's the winner if she can. It depends on, a horse like 40 Smooth. I mean, Dana Saul had a horse the other day that she claimed and brought in here that was outstanding. I mean, the horse didn't even have the numbers overall and just looked so good winning that race. Well, to me, 40 Smooth might have needed that last start. Might have. Most likely did. It was off a year. And ran, you talk about a horse that ran very well, ran second. Granted, it was an easier field than this one, but ran second off of that long, long layoff. You got to think that it's going to be sharper here. Yeah, she's basically stepping up against this field. This field's a lot tougher. But the fact that she ran as well as she did off that long layoff says a lot. And I think she's a player here. She's 6-1. She's a good price in here. Now throw in Wait, Don't Tell Me. She won the Niagara Stakes back in 2023. And she's an honest horse. I don't know if she's improved that much off of her 3-year-old season when she ran against restricted 3-year-olds in that race. You want them to improve as a 4-year-old to pick up those buyer numbers to be able to go through the allowance conditions, and she hasn't quite been able to do so. But she's still an honest horse as far as hitting the board. And she did finish ahead of No Chalk in the race going 5.5 just a couple starts ago. Then she was just overmatched, way overmatched in the Saratoga race. She just didn't belong in that race. So she's back to Finger Lakes, and I think she can definitely be competitive in here. So I'm going to go the 5-2 and 1A in race number 7. Interesting pace scenario too, because you got, I know you ain't talking to me, who certainly ran the race of her life last time in a route. She does have a little sprint speed. You got to figure Isle Storm, I don't know how much sprint speed she has. So really, I wouldn't expect a very fast pace for an optional claiming allowance race. Should be a good one. All right, last race of the card, last race of the racing week. Maybe next week I'll get a new chair. 5,000 claimer. We go a distance of 6 furlongs. Hoping the race falls apart. I like a couple closers in here. You got to think there's speed on the inside with Bowing Snowman, Redemption Road, a Son of Darkness. Then all the way on the inside is Double Shot, who, even though he's on the rail, he's going to be dropping back to last with Angelic Mission. Kind of want to see, the race fell apart in the last race yesterday, as speed was good early in the day, and then it evened out, and then you saw the deep closer in the last because they were really battling. The problem with Double Shot, though, is he compromises himself. He has not been breaking well at all out of the gate. He's not as deep a closer as it shows on paper, but you got to kind of treat him like a deep closer because he's had the behavior of not breaking sharply out of the gate. Well, when they have that behavior, what makes you think from the rail today he's going to break well? So it's a questionable move because you don't know how bad he's going to break from that inside position. You almost know that he's going to break bad. You almost know it, that he's going to have at least a slow start. But he can overcome it if it's a little bit slow because there is pace in here for him to run down, and it is 6 furlongs that I think that he will. I'm just hoping it's not such a bad break that he's got too much to overcome. Because Angelic Mission, the other closer, isn't that far out of it either. I mean, this is a horse that, it was a drop-down heel that won the race last time. It was on a muddy racetrack, and he made a big wide move and finished just off the board 4th against arguably a little bit tougher horses. I know Son of Darkness was in that race, but I think the pace scenario is going to be better for Angelic Mission today to put in a late run. And part of the pace scenario is the 3 Redemption Road. Always fires, always hits the board, doesn't always win, but always hits the board. I say always because at Finger Lakes, he's always hit the board. He's perfect 13 for 13 on the board. The only time he finished off the board was trying a tougher race in New York. Hard for me not to use him at the top 3 if he's never been out of the top 3, especially when he's still at the 5,000 level where he's been running. Son of Darkness looks to be the other one. Very versatile horse. This horse doesn't need the lead. I would expect him to be out there with Bowing Snowman, Redemption Road, because he doesn't really pass horses. You got to kind of move early with him if you're going to pass horses with Son of Darkness. I know the days that he's won, if he couldn't get the lead, he had to be in the race and take over earlier than trying to get him right at the wire. He's not that type of horse, but he's good enough. I mean, the numbers are good on this horse that if he does get the right kind of trip, he's another one that's a win threat in the final race of today's card. Hope everybody enjoys the racing today. Had a couple close finishes yesterday. Probably get a couple good ones today. Some exciting racing action here at Finger Lakes for this Wednesday card. We are going to be dark the next few racing days. Again, our next live day will be Monday with the 1 o'clock first post. And I will see you then.
And the runners are now making their way onto the track for the first race on our program today. Here at Finger Lakes for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. Going 5 furlongs, a starter optional claimer here. Scratch number 2, Maggie. Here's the field. Number 1 is Determined Love. Caber Koa riding today. Number 2 is Scratch. Number 3 is Diva Banker. Michael Davila Jr. in the irons. Number 4, Fast Fran. Jeremias Flores with the ride. Number 5, Holiday Jazz with Heeman Harkey. And rounding out the field is number 6, Fidalia. Dalton Brown with the assignment. 5 minutes to post for race number 1, start of the early pick 4. Races 1 through 4, it's a 50-cent minimum bet. 8 races today, best of luck. And the runners are making their way to the gate. 1 minute to post, folks. Get your bets in. We kick off the early pick 4 here. 1 minute. And the runners have now reached the starting gate. It's post time for race number 1. Determined Love has gone into the starting gate. Here comes Diva Banker. Rick Coyne, Aaron Higgins, and Ron Walker are stewards today. Fast Fran to post position 4. Holiday Jazz coming up. Holiday Jazz, 2 back. It's one of them. And to the outside, Fidalia the gray, 2 round out the field. 8 races today. Good luck. We're ready to go. We're off and running at Finger Lakes Racecourse. Fast Fran broke sharply right out of the gate, and Determined Love moves forward from the inside. These two challenge one another. Determined Love on the outside with a half-length edge. Fast Fran to the outside. Big gap, 3 or 4 lengths to Diva Banker, who's racing inside of Fidalia, and that leaves Holiday Jazz to trail the field as the quintet in the opener charges around the far turn. Determined Love, the 7-5 favorite on top here by a length. Fast Fran got a little bit of a breather and tries to come back on again. Now there's only a space of a length and a half. The Diva Banker kept on the outside third, turning for home. Fidalia's right behind her in a space of 3 to Holiday Jazz as they wheel for the judge. Determined Love down the lane, switches leads and puts 2.5 lengths on the competition. On the outside, Fidalia's there with Diva Banker. They're moving as a pair. Fast Fran weakens, approaching the 16th pole. Determined Love has a 16th to go, a 2-length lead, and Determined Love will score. Determined Love gets it done in the opener, defeating Diva Banker. Holiday Jazz from the back snatches 3rd. Fidalia was 4th, and Fast Fran trailed the field home in the first race from Finger Lakes. Number 1, Determined Love was first. 3, Diva Banker second. 5, Holiday Jazz third. 6, Fidalia fourth. 1, 3, 5, 6. Your top 4. 1, 3, 5, 6. We remind you, ladies and gentlemen, after every race to please continue to stand by until the results are declared official. Now entering the winner's circle is Determined Love, number 1. Determined Love is a 7-year-old chestnut mare by Shackelford out of Stylish Affair by Not For Love. Determined Love was bred in Virginia by Mr. and Mrs. C. Oliver Iceland III, now owned by Bruno Schickendans and trained by Robert Johnston. Your winning jockey is Caber Koa. Caber Koa with 3 wins yesterday and gets things started with a victory today. Final time for 5 furlongs, 1 minute, 0.12 seconds. 480 the win payout for number 1 Determined Love, and we move along to the second race up next. In race 2, a 5.5 furlong sprint, there's no changes. Post time for the second race coming up in 22 minutes.
In the paddock for race number 2, and speed is the name of the game at 5 furlongs. Fast Fran not ready off of the layoff since November, and Determined Love was able to seize the early lead and just didn't stop this time as she did last time. So a big effort from that one. Keeper Koa keeps it going. Keeper had 3 wins on yesterday's card. He gets that victory for Robert Johnson to start us off. Second race is an 11-9 claimer, never won 3 condition for fillies and mares, going 5.5. Got a short price favorite, another horse with some speed, talking about the 3, Special Pal. She dropped and popped to win the 2 Lifetime. Was an easier field than this one. She only had to go 107 to do it. And then faced a little tougher in the 3 Lifetime, which is the same condition as here. It caught Grand Lady Indy, who's been jumping back and forth from Allowance to the 11-9. And it was 13 lengths back to the 3rd place horse. So it turned out to be a 2-horse race. Take Grand Lady Indy out of the mix. That makes this horse the horse to beat. Now the big thing is how easily she could clear Stars Delight. There doesn't seem to be a lot of other speed in here other than Stars Delight inside her. And Stars Delight doesn't seem to have the same kind of speed that she had when she was a maiden, that maybe Special Pal can control the pace here as well. That makes her the horse to beat. The 4 is Fancy Feline. She cuts back in distance after trying a couple routes. Maybe the route wasn't her thing. She was competitive somewhat against Allowance horses. She wasn't any big threat to win, but she was, somewhere in the mix around 3rd, 4th, or 5th in a lot of those races. So the drop to 11-9 is certainly what this horse needs. And maybe the turn back in distance. Would like this horse a little more at 6 furlongs, though, than at 5.5, especially on the cutback. Might be a little bit short. But again, with the drop, it should certainly help. And keep in mind, this race, you got a few drop downs in here. The only horse that's not dropping is Devilly. And Devilly in pretty good form, though, coming up from 5,000. The rest of them are dropping, with the other exception being Special Pal, who ran for the 11-9 last time. So Stars Delight I did use for 3rd. She doesn't have to get the lead, but she can sit a pocket trip if Special Pal gets in front of her, and the class relief is certainly going to help that one as well. And she may like the 5.5 a little more than the rest of them. That's what she's been going, primarily 5.5, and both of her career wins have been at this distance. Should be a lot easier at this level. Although this race did come up a little tough, considering the drop downs for this 11-9 level. Exacta Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, and Pick 3 starts in race number 2.
And the runners are now making their way onto the track for race 2, an $11,000 to $9,000 claimer. Fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward, going 5.5 furlongs. There's no changes here in the second race. Here's the field. Devilli is number 2, ridden by Emmanuel Di Diego today. Number 3, Special Pal, Andre Worry, aboard the big favorite. Number 4, Fancy Feline, Luis Perez, the jockey. Number 5, Galleyhead, Michael Davila Jr., the pilot. Number 6, Tumbles, Dalton Brown has the reins. Completing the field is number 1, Stars Delight, who is warming up on the first turn already. Heeman Harkey, set to navigate. 5 minutes until race number 2. The second race is at 5.5 furlongs. Good luck. And the runners are now making their way to the gate and are just about to load for race number 2. Star's Delight has gone into the gate, tumbles to the outside post, working with her. The rider's going to hop off here, Dalton Brown. They're going to try to load Tumbles without the jockey. That did the trick. Tumbles is in. They've also loaded Star's Delight. DeVilly in the white jacket. Coming up, Special Pal. About to load in the blue cap. Fancy Feline. One back. Galleyhead to round out the field. Galleyhead still behind the gate. Walking forward. Still waiting for Galleyhead. Galleyhead, the rider hopped off there. Michael DeVilla Jr., they're going to try to load Galleyhead without the rider. Galleyhead being pretty uncooperative behind the gate. Your current favorite is Special Pal, 1-9, as low as you'll see on a tote board. So getting heavy, heavy support. Special Pal with Andre Worry for Chris Englehart. Galleyhead went into the gate. We're ready to go. And we're off. Galleyhead, well, she didn't want to load, but she broke very well today and is prominent in the early stages. There's a lineup for the lead here. Star's Delight on the inside has speed. Special Pal to the outside, a half length back in the second position. On the outside, Galleyhead running in the third spot with DeVilly, who's right behind within 2.5 lengths of the lead. Another length back to Tumbles. Fancy Feline, those two trail together as they approach the forward turn run where the pacemaker from the inside is Star's Delight. Star's Delight, 3 furlongs to go. A length on top of Special Pal, the favorite, with no excuses, gets a good trip, stalking the pace right now in second. Galleyhead shaking up third, 3 deep, within 2 lengths of the lead. Another 2 lengths to DeVilly, who needs to turn it around, is in an all-out drive with Fancy Feline, and Tumbles is dropped back as they come off the corner, where the leader is still Star's Delight. On the outside, Special Pal is asked for her best, and she's bearing down and does her best work late, takes the lead with a 16th to go. Special Pal, Andre Worry on top from Star's Delight and Fancy Feline. That's how they'll finish. Special Pal, an easy victor, a length and 3/4 at the finish. Star's Delight was second, then Fancy Feline and DeVilly. 3, Special Pal first, 1 Stars Delight second, 4 Fancy Feline third, 2 DeVilly fourth, 3-1-4-2 your top 4, 3-1-4-2. Please continue to stand by until the result is declared official. Now entering the winner's circle is number 3, Special Pal. 4-year-old chestnut filly by 40 Tails out of Waltz Me Matilda by Crypto Clearance. Special Pal was bred in New York by LL Racing LLC, now owned by Preferred Pal Stable, and trained by Chris Engelhart. Andre Worry, your winning jockey. Special Pal pays $2 and a dime to win. Final time for 5.5 furlongs, 1 minute 6.25 seconds. Early double, $2, 1 and 3 pays $7 and 4 dimes. Race 3 up next, start of the pick 6. We have a carryover of $1,100 in the pick 6, a $1 minimum bet. The race 3 field is going 1 mile and 70 yards, and we have an overweight number 3, 1 pound. Race 3 coming up in 22 minutes. Good luck.
And we got 10 minutes to post for race number 3. Looking back at the second, things got interesting. As Stars Delight got the lead over Special Pal, who rated off that rival, and she got a 23 first quarter, but Special Pal just proved so much the best. She kept her in the race, but she was able to go by and get the victory. Andre Worry, for trainer Chris Engelhart, does not disappoint. And man, they really bet her heavy at odds of 1 to 9. Allowance race is the third, and looking at the board early here, you got a couple horses that are below 2 to 1. You got the 2 Dorothy's Dreams at odds of 7 to 5. You got the 5 Dulce Sarah getting a little bit of action in her return to Finger Lakes. She was here for a lifetime condition earlier in the year. And this one, that split condition with a state bred or the 4 lifetime. So she comes back here out of condition. But the 2 horse certainly very logical, as last time she went long in the lifetime condition, the 3 lifetime, she looked good winning. She had to run down her stablemate, was pretty good on the front end, talking about silent invasion, and she was able to blow by that one and draw away to the easy victory. She turned back last time, caught a sloppy track, and probably compromised by the start as well. Stretches back out. She figures to be tough in here. She's currently at odds of 7 to 5. The other Amanthi Frau trainee is the 4 Love My Candy. She's looking for 3 in a row, and she's really enjoyed the stretch out. She is by Empire Maker, so obviously she would have liked the off track as well last time. She lost to her stablemate in the slop in a sprint earlier in the year, but she's found a home going long the last 2 where she's been able to seize the early lead. Looks like she's going to be able to go for the lead in here, and it's just a question of, is she good enough at this level to beat these rivals? But Amanthi Frau's got a couple of good ones in here, both live horses. The 3 horse is Good Night, God Bless, who will stretch out at a bunch of sprints. She was running against restricted 3-year-olds down in Maryland. She did try older horses last time and didn't run badly at all, finishing 4th in a really tough condition of 3 and ups, not winners of 2 other than, which would conceivably be tougher down at Laurel. But that's in a sprint. She'll try a route in a pretty tough field here for the level, and she's currently at odds of 4 to 1. I guess you could just call it a little bit of a class edge, because those are a little bit tougher than what you'll face here with these New York breds. But Good Night, God Bless, if she can get the extra distance and takes to her surroundings, she's another one that could be a threat in race number 3. So this race starts the pick 6, Exactitri Super Daily Double, and pick 3 also available in here.
And the runners are now making their way onto the track for race 3, an allowance for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward, going 1 mile and 70 yards. No changes for jockeys or scratches in this third race. Start of the pick 6. We'll get to that in a second, but here's the field. Leading the post parade is number 1, Isabel Loves Gold. Luis Perez has the call. Dorothy's Dreams is number 2. Kaberkoa looking for another win today. Number 3, Good Night, God Bless. Joel Cruz in the iron. Number 4, Love My Candy, Anthony Rodriguez. And number 5, Dolce Serra, Luis Rivera Jr., the jockey. There's number 4, Love My Candy, with Anthony Rodriguez aboard. That's the field for race 3, ladies and gentlemen. 5 minutes away from the third race, beginning the pick 6. Remember, we have an $1,100 carryover in the pick 6, a $1 minimum bet. Races 3 through 8. It starts right here in the third. Good luck. 1 minute to post. The runners are approaching the gate. And the runners have reached the starting gate for race 3. A quintet, 5 runners in this race, going 1 mile and 70 yards to kick off the pick 6. Isabel Loves Gold goes in. Dorothy's Dreams to post 2. Good Night and God Bless, post 3. 2 back, Love My Candy. Dolce Sarah. We're ready to go. And we're off. Isabel Loves Gold put into play early. Dorothy's Dreams on restraint is asked to sit off the pace. Love My Candy in the 4-path moving up to grab the lead. A little bit eager on a hold as well, but is naturally quickest going into the turn with Good Night and God Bless between horses. Isabel Loves Gold down on the inside of that pair as they round the clubhouse turn. Dolce Sarah in the 4th position. And Dorothy's Dreams is at the back of the field, just 2.5 lengths behind as the quintet approaches the backstretch. Pretty much 3 by 2 as they hit the backside. And Love My Candy in the 3-path leads the way. Love My Candy, 3/4 of a length ahead. Now it's a half length. Make it 1/4 of a length. Isabel Loves Gold holds the inside position. And Good Night and God Bless still wedged between them. 3 of them right across the track now, midway down the backside. And there's a length and a half to the last 2. Dorothy's Dreams inside of Dolce Sarah with a half mile to go. Isabel Loves Gold on the inside with a head in front approaching the turn. Good Night and God Bless still between horses. Love My Candy backing off third, 3 wide going into the turn. Love My Candy sent along hard and losing contact with the top pair who are still locked in battle. Isabel Loves Gold and Good Night and God Bless. Now Dorothy's Dream is mounting a rally from the back of the field, has tipped outside for the stretch run, and she's gaining ground nicely at the top of the lane. Dorothy's Dreams up to tackle Good Night and God Bless, and these two are off the turn together. Isabel Loves Gold could not keep up. She's beaten as they come down the lane. Dorothy's Dreams, furlong to go, has a slight edge. Good Night and God Bless from the inside, fighting very hard today, but it's Dorothy's Dreams on top. Good Night and God Bless has shown a lot of grit, but Dorothy's Dreams is too good. Dorothy's Dreams, 2 for Cabercoa. Good Night and God Bless was second. Dolce Sarah third, then Love My Candy and Isabel Loves Gold. Number 2, Dorothy's Dreams was first. 3, Good Night and God Bless second. 5, Dolce Sarah third. 4, Love My Candy fourth. 2, 3, 5, 4, your top 4. 2, 3, 5, 4, your top 4 finishers. Please continue to stand by until the results are declared official. This race is now official. Now entering the winner's circle is number 2, Dorothy's Dreams. A 3-year-old bay filly by Always Dreaming out of Dinah Zapper by Ghost Zapper. Dorothy's Dreams was bred in Kentucky by Windstar Farm, now owned by SJB Stable, trained by Anthony Ferraro. And your winning jockey is Caber Koa. That's 2 wins today for jockey Caber Koa. 5 wins in the last 2 days for him. Dorothy's Dreams pays $2.90 to win. Final time for a mile and 70 yards, 1 minute 44.02 seconds. 4th race up next. In race 4, we're all clear there. There's no changes in the 4th. Post time for race 4, start of the late pick 5, 23 minutes.
And we're in the paddock for race number 4. And this race will start the pick 5 as Dorothy's Dream get a nice trip under Keeber Coe has been on fire the last few days. Got another win for M. Anthony Ferraro. We go to the 4th, and it's an allowance race, a never won 2 condition for fillies and mares. And boy, did we get some really nice fillies for this one. You got Sky's Winning Bid, who ran off the screen to beat her winner Maiden. That was first time going long. You got American Saint, who also ran off the screen to break her Maiden, her first race over the track. She's in here as well. And then you got a new face in Risk Free, who's been against a lot tougher competition against Open Allowance Company and even a stakes race. Tough group, to say the least. Tough 3 rivals. I mean, you look at some of these other ones. You know, Dreamery was a stakes. Maze Love Laffy just ran 2nd in a 2 lifetime allowance. And you think that, oh, wow, she's knocking at the door. Then she looks at the program, and then you see Sky's Winning Bid, American Saint, and Risk Free. That's how tough the race is. And she's 10-1 off of a 2nd place finish. Well, the 2 horses are getting bet to 6-5. Risk Free, a Kentucky bred, only has 1 career route attempt, and that was a mile, but she wasn't that badly beaten. Keep in mind, this is a horse that was 2nd in a stakes race in New York early in her career. The only one knock on Risk Free is the amount of seconds that she has in her career. She's 1 for 29. She's had a lot of chances. Again, it's much tougher, but 10 seconds. But her buyer numbers are far better than the rest of this field, that it may not matter. Again, a Kentucky bred, she's out of a dam that's a multiple stakes winner. Of course, that dam was a multiple stakes winner as a sprinter. I guess that would be the other vulnerability for Risk Free, but she does have better numbers than these horses. Mentioned American Saint. Yeah, she ran off the screen, but she also had an easy pace. They didn't even challenge her that day. She went 51 and change to the half, 116 to the 3/4. She was probably going to beat that field anyway, probably easily, but they made it very easy on her, and she won by double digits. So we'll find out how good she is. She'll be class tested today because she won't get an easy lead with Sky's Winning Bid breaking inside her. And that was the thing. Sky's Winning Bid was unable to make the lead last time. They sent her stablemate instead of her, Love My Candy, who saw deeper waters when she couldn't make the lead last time. So she was compromised by the presence of her stablemate, and then she got into some trouble anyway while trying to rate. So back to the front for Sky's Winning Bid, see how good she is, as she should be able to get the lead from American Saint from her inside position. And again, you got the red-hot Keeber Coe with 3 wins yesterday and already a couple wins on today's card. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 5 starts in race number 4. You got 7 minutes to post.
And the runners are now making their way onto the track for race number 4 in Allowance. Fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward, go 1 mile and 70 yards. No changes in race 4, start of the late pick 5. Here's the field. Number 1, Sky's Winning Bid at Keeber Coe, looking for 3. Flurry of Roses is number 2 with Kevin Navarro in the irons. Number 3, American Saint, Luis Rivera Jr. has the assignment. Number 5, Maisie Loved Laffy, Rafael Rohina Jr., the jockey. Number 6, Dreamery, Carlos Camillo, the jockey. Completing the field is number 4, Risk Free. Luis Perez has the call, already warming up on the track. 5 minutes to post for race 4, 5 minutes until the 4th race to kick off the late pick 5. A couple more minutes until the runners reach the starting gate. Remember, this race here begins the late pick 5 sequence. Get involved. Ladies and gentlemen, here is a late scratch. Number 4, Risk Free, has been scratched. Scratch number 4, Risk Free, per advice of the track veterinarian and per order of the stewards. If you had number 4, Risk Free, and win, place, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagers, you will be refunded for those bets. Daily doubles and pick 3s. If you're in races 3 and 4 doubles, and you're alive after that first leg, and you have number 4, Risk Free, in the second half of your daily doubles, hold on to your tickets. There will be a consolation payout. The same can be said for the pick 3s, early pick 4, and the pick 6. If you had number 4, Risk Free, on your tickets, you will get the favorite at the start of the race. Whoever goes off favorite, you get that runner on your ticket if you had number 4, Risk Free, in the pick 6 or early pick 4 wagers. Again, a late scratch of number 4, Risk Free, in this race. And the runners are approaching the gate. And the runners are now facing up to the gate for the 4th race. Sky's Winning Bid to the inside post. Sky's Winning Bid goes in. Flurry of Roses in the white jacket. Flurry of Roses still working with her. American Saint goes in. 2 back, Maze Loved Laffy and Dreamery. Here comes Dreamery. We're ready to go. And they're off. American Saint was away last, leapt in the air at the start, now moves up to claim the 4th position early on. Flurry of Roses has the lead with Sky's Winning Bid from the inside, moves forward, snatches the lead, and Sky's Winning Bid is the leader from Flurry of Roses running in second. Maze Loved Laffy third, 3 deep into the turn. American Saint, after braking slowly, is in the 4th position, joining Dreamery at the back of the field as they round the clubhouse turn, and they have 3/4 of a mile more to go. The leader, Sky's Winning Bid, at 7-5, on top by just a neck. Maze Loved Laffy there on the outside to press hard, and these two are right together down the back stretch. They've opened up about 2 lengths here. American Saint a little bit eager, claims the 3rd position from Flurry of Roses in a space of 1.5 lengths to Dreamery, who's at the back of the pack as they head down the backside where that contentious battle on the lead continues. Sky's Winning Bid inside, Maze Loved Laffy outside. They're 2.5 clear. American Saint, the 4-5 favorite, watching the action up top unfold, in a good position to pounce going into the turn. She's 3 deep. Another 2 lengths back to Flurry of Roses and 4 more to Dreamery. Sent along at the rear of the field. Here comes American Saint, and the daughter of the Triple Crown winner, American Pharaoh, takes the lead away from Sky's Winning Bid and Maze Loved Laffy. American Saint getting towards the rail and opens up 2, turning for home. At this point, it's her race to lose. She's going to be tough to reel in. Looks like a 1-horse race at this point. All she's got to do is finish. American Saint has opened up that lead, extended it to about 5 or 6 lengths, and the others are battling for the breadcrumbs. It's going to be American Saint to win this easily under Luis Rivera Jr. for the Greg Sacco barn. American Saint trots in, 1 by 6, maybe even 7. Maze Loved Laffy second home. Sky's Winning Bid third, then Flurry of Roses and Dreamery. Number 3, American Saint was first. 5, Maze Loved Laffy second. 1, Sky's Winning Bid third. 2, Flurry of Roses fourth. 3, 5, 1, 2, your top 4. 3, 5, 1, 2. Please continue to stand by until the result is declared official. Now in the winner's circle is number 3, American Saint. This race is now official. American Saint is a 3-year-old bay filly by American Pharaoh. Out of Kateri by Indian Charlie. American Saint was bred in Kentucky by Newtown Anner Stud, now owned by BBN Racing and trained by Greg Sacco. Luis Rivera Jr., your winning jockey. American Saint pays $3.90 for the win. Consolation double. We have that late scratch of number 4 in the 4th race. Remember that. So you've got a consolation there of $3. The regular double, 2 and 3, $6.80. Pick 3, 3 to 4. That's the consolation pick 3. It pays $1.27. 50-cent pick 3, 3-2-3. The regular pick 3, $2.55. And that early pick 4 here at Finger Lakes, $4.45. The fifth race is coming up next. In race 5, 2-year-old maidens going the distance of 5 furlongs. No jockey changes or scratches. Post time for the fifth race, 22 minutes away.
All right, 9 minutes to post for race number 5. Looking back at the 4th, we did get a late scratch of the 4, Risk Free. That one scratched late, so if you played the pick 5 or the pick 6, you would have gotten the post-time favorite. I actually believe it was the winner, America's Saint. How impressive was that? I mean, last time, yeah, she went unchallenged. She won easily, didn't even really break a sweat. Today, she got a little help from Maze Love Laffey, who went after Sky's winning bid early in the race. But, man, I don't think she needed it. That horse looked impressive the way she drew away from that group. Luis Rivera for Greg Sacco. American Pharaoh wins impressively to start off the pick 5. Okay, the 5th race, our 2-year-old event. I think this is the second 2-year-old event we've had this year. First one for the boys. Goes a distance of 5 furlongs. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 4 starts in this 2-year-old maiden race. Well, first look at the entry. Brink is the only one that has racing experience, and he's had 2 starts. Started early in June, didn't run that badly against open maidens there, and then tried the state-bred maidens at Saratoga. Still obviously a very tough group that he was up against. You would assume that this would be easier. Here, Finger Lakes, tough to gauge because nobody's been out yet. They paid $17,000, a 2-year-old for this one. The dam is a half to a stakes winner evaluator. See how Brink does, as it'll be his 3rd start while everybody's making their debut. He's coupled with Extraordinary One, who is out of an unraced mare. This one raced in Ireland for his first start. So he comes all the way here to Finger Lakes to make his first start, or second start, first start in the States, and finds what would assume be an easier spot. But Extraordinary One, certainly interesting one, as he's the entry mate of the favorite, Brink, who's at odds of 3-2. Mr. Sugar Daddy figures to get some play. He's out of a dam that had actually more seconds than wins, but really more bred for the turf. Still, they paid $30,000. This was a yearling. He's working pretty well. Would be no surprise. The 3rd foal out of that dam, the first foal had a couple wins on the turf. A little more turf breeding for Mr. Sugar Daddy, getting some play at 3-1. Bald Kitten also getting some action. This is the first foal out of Twice for Honey. So you got to go a couple generations up, and then you get to Tin Cup Chalice. I guess we would say the grandmother was a half to the great Tin Cup Chalice, one of the best Finger Lakes horses ever. So at least it's in the bloodline somewhere. Bald Kitten getting some action for Michael Lassesi. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 4 starts in this 5th race. This one for the 2-year-olds.
And the runners are now making their way onto the track for race 5, a maiden race. 2-year-olds going 5 furlongs, no jockey changes or scratches. Here's the field for the 5th race to kick off our late pick 4 today. Number 1 is Brink, Jackie Davis riding this afternoon. Number 1A, Extraordinary One, Heeman Harkey with the call. Here comes number 4 on the track. It's not over yet. Andre Worry has the assignment. Number 5, Bald Kitten, Cabracoa in the iron. Number 6, well, we're still waiting on number 6, Vesuvio, who's laid out onto the track. There he is, Vesuvio, Luis Perez riding. And there are two runners already warming up on the first turn. There's number 3, Mr. Sugar Daddy. Jeremias Flores, the rider. Ashton, lady number 2, the last one. To round out the field, Kevin Navarro aboard. That's the field for race number 5, a maiden race for 2-year-olds going 5 furlongs. We begin the late pick 4 here. Good luck. 4 minutes to post. One minute to post. 1 minute until the start of the late pick 4. And the runners have now reached the starting gate. It's post time for race number 5. A field of 7 signed on to go here. 2-year-olds, maidens, going 5 furlongs, so the babies get their shot here. Brink, Extraordinary One, the 1 and 1A, both at 4 to 5. And of course, they are an entry, meaning their odds are exactly the same at all times. 2 for 1 price with the 1 and 1A. Ashted Lady, the first one to come up to the gate, goes in. Mr. Sugar Daddy. It's not over yet. Post position 4. Brink coming up. Three more runners to round out the field. Bald Kitten. Extraordinary One. Even money remains for the 1 and 1A. They're still the favorites. Here comes the last one to load in. Vesuvio, 9-2 shot with Luis Perez. Vesuvio's it. We're ready to go. And we're off. Pretty uneventful start for all the babies. Mr. Sugar Daddy gets the first call of the race. Is Sent for Speed has the most speed from It's Not Over Yet on the outside, pressing the issue. Bald Kitten placed in a good position, running in third. Next is Brink along with Ashted Lady as they approach the 4-turn run. Gap of about 3 more to Extraordinary One. And a huge break to the trailing Vesuvio, who's well behind with 3 furlongs to go here. Mr. Sugar Daddy, the one to reel in up top, leads by a neck, though. It's not over yet right there to the outside. Bald Kitten pumped upon 3 deep in third, approaching the top of the lane. And Brink is right behind the leaders with him as they come off the corner. Mr. Sugar Daddy down the lane appears to have plenty for the stretch run. And Mr. Sugar Daddy bounces away to a 4-length lead. An impressive run here by the son of Blame. It's Mr. Sugar Daddy clear by 4 and charging home full of finish. Mr. Sugar Daddy gets the money. Mr. Sugar Daddy over Brink, then It's Not Over Yet, and Ashted Lady. Number 3, Mr. Sugar Daddy was first. 1, Brink, second. 4, It's Not Over Yet, third. 2, Ashted Lady, fourth. 3-1, 4-2, your top 4, 3-1, 4-2. Please continue to stand by until the results are declared official. 3142, your top four now entering the winner's circle is number 3, Mr. Sugar Daddy. A 2-year-old dark bear brown colt by Blame out of Crack Your Whip by Stephen Got Even. Mr. Sugar Daddy was bred in New York by Joanne Nielsen, now owned by Richie Rich Racing Stable and trained by Paul Barrow. Your winning jockey, Jeremiah Flores. This race is now official. Mr. Sugar Daddy, final time 5 furlongs, a minute, 0.14 seconds. He pays $8.20 for the win. Consolation pick 3, 243 pays $5 with that late scratch of number 4 in race 4 today. Regular pick 3, 233, $11.02. Up next will be the 6th race on the card. In race 6 today, scratch number 5, Vroom Vroom. 1 mile and 70 yards. This field will be voyaging, and post time for the 6th race is in 24 minutes.
All right, getting ready for race number 6, and it was Mr. Sugar Daddy. The 2-year-old colt was able to get the victory for Richie Rich Racing Stables as Jeremiah Flores for Paul Barrow looked good. Got the lead from It's Not Over Yet and drew away when the money counted. 6th race of 5,000 maiden claimer going a distance of 1:70. Scratch the 5. Vroom, vroom. Tricky $5,000 maiden race. Looks like Toast to Success is getting a lot of play off the second place finish that she had behind Drop Down Flute Song. Of course, she was dropping that day as well. We have another drop down in here in the 6, Major Mayhem. She's had 3 starts, hasn't shown much in any of those 3. That was her first route attempt last time, and she ran into American Saint. Well, we saw how good American Saint was, and she had everything her way that time. So the margin of defeat, obviously not as bad as it looks, as American Saint was a double-digit winner of the race, and that was a maiden special weight. Now she gets significant class relief, dropping all the way to the bottom to 5,000. Yes, she would think that she would be awfully formidable in this spot if she could be within 20 lengths of American Saint, who beat up on Allowance horses last race. The 3 horses, Toast of Success, logical horse. She was running against 11 and 9s. She was not competitive against the special weights. Sky's Winning Bid was another one that ran off the screen. She ended up running 3rd earlier, and last race was better. She dropped to 5, and she chased home Flute Song, and Flute Song was, for 5,000, was pretty tough. She was dropping down too, and she had a pace advantage in that race. So logical horse to be at least in the top 3 is Toast of Success, and she's getting a lot of the early action at odds of 6 to 5. Ida Denial's another one to consider. She didn't run too well against special weights last time, but that was at Fort Erie in an off the turf event. She's back to Finger Lakes in a more reasonable spot against the 5,000s here, where she didn't get beat by much by Saratoga Sideshow. Little tougher field for her, but back at 5,000, she should be awfully tough and one of the contenders in race number 6. We start the late pick 3 with this race. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double also offered. Scratch a 5, Vroom Vroom.
And the runners are now making their way onto the track for race 6, a maiden 5 claimer. Fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward, going 1.70 miles. Scratch number 5, Vroom Vroom. In the 6th race, we start the late pick 3. Here's the field. Number 1, Ida Denial, Stephen Frett, the rider today. Number 2, My Little One, John Barrios has the call. Number 3, Toast to Success, with Andre Worry looking for 2 wins today. Number 4, Archivist, Nazario Alvarado, the jockey. Scratch number 5, number 6, Major Mayhem, Luis Perez, the jockey. And number 7 is Frankie C., Jeremiah Flores, looking for 2. 5 minutes to post for race 6, start of the late pick 3. Good luck. 1 minute to post, 1 minute. And the runners are now loading into the starting gate. Ida Denial has gone into the gate. My Little One, Toast to Success, moving forward. Archivist coming up. Two back. Major Mayhem. Waiting for Major Mayhem to take his spot. He's currently 8-5. That could change. That's where we sit currently. Major Mayhem, 5-2 for the 1. Ida Denial, who's actually the third choice, 2-1 for number 3, Toast to Success. So the top 3 choices in the wagering all pretty much aligned here, pretty close in odds. Major Mayhem has gone in. Frankie C to the outside. We're ready to go. And fly off. Getting squeezed at the break pretty hard there was Toast to Success and dropped back. My Little One stumbled right after the break, but he's recovered and is rushing up to be in midfield in the early stages. Archivist with the lead. Frankie C to the outside, matching him as they charge into the clubhouse turn. Ida Denial is down on the inside, running in the third position with My Little One. Next is Major Mayhem, second to last, kept on the outside, 6 off the pace and a gap of 2 to Toast to Success, who had to check at the start and drop to the back. He'll have to pass them all and make up maybe 9 lengths or so in the final 5 furlongs. So they head down the back stretch. Archivist takes a hold of the bit and sprints 3 lengths ahead. Goes at a decent clip, but he's well ahead with 5 furlongs to go. Frankie C running in the second position. My Little One taking the third spot with Major Mayhem. And Toast to Success, who's making an early move on the outside in about the 4 or 5 path, but he's moving up level third down the back stretch. Ida Denial, the gray horses, drop to the back of the pack and needs to re-rally as they go into the 4th turn. Archivist 2.5 lengths ahead. Now it's 2 as the rest are trying to gobble him up here. On the outside, Toast to Success, who had that undesirable start, has made his way all the way into second, and he's coming after the leader around the 4-turn run. Frankie C. third down on the rail. He's sent along, but backpedaling in the wrong direction. Major Mayhem passing him as they come to the top of the lane. Archivist only a neck in front. Toast to Success there on the outside and passing him. Major Mayhem grandstand side. He's a threatening presence on the outside. Toast to Success has to hold off Major Mayhem on the outside, who surges to the front, and it's Major Mayhem with a 16th to go in charge. Toast to Success second. Archivist third, and they come to the line, and it's Major Mayhem and Luis Perez to win it by 2. Major Mayhem clear at the finish over Toast to Success, then Archivist and Ida Denial. Number 6, Major Mayhem first, 3, Toast to Success second, 4, Archivist third, 1, Ida Denial fourth. Now in the winner's circle is number 6, Major Mayhem, a 3-year-old chestnut filly by Speightster out of Major Threat by Colonel John. Major Mayhem now owned by John Hammond and Rebecca Hammond, trained by Rachel Sells. Luis Perez, your winning jockey. $4.60, the win for Major Mayhem. And the final time for a mile and 70 yards was 1 minute 48.73 seconds. Major Mayhem bred in New York by Wendy Lee Farm. 7th race is coming up next. In race number 7 today, scratch numbers 1 and 3. The penultimate race is coming up in 24 minutes, folks. Good luck.
All right, getting ready for race number 7, and the drop and pop angle was there. Major mayhem, just basically finding easier competition, dropping from the maiden special weight all the way to the bottom. Gets the victory. Louis Perez for trainer Rachel Sells. We go to the 7th, and we'll start the last double of this Wednesday card. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, also available. And here it is an optional claiming allowance race. 10,000 is the claiming tag. Believe they're all in for the condition. They've started for a claiming price, or their fillies mares who have not won a 2-state bred is the condition. We scratched the 1, Eros' Girl, and the 3, Capital Gal. I did lean. It is a race where you can make a case for a few of them. I did lean towards the 5, No Chalk. Knocking at the door, obviously, been kind of a bad luck horse. A lot of seconds overall for No Chalk, but she really found some bad luck last time when she simply broke poorly. She broke in the air and still overcame it to run second, a few lengths clear of Embraceable Gal, who was third, chasing home Amazing Dottie, who's been razor sharp this year. And that was after running a close second at Presque Isle against a really tough field, and she was at 10-1 that day. So before that, against a really sharp Bustin' Roxy, who was lone speed in that race. So it's just mainly pace flow, bad luck. Maybe today's the day for No Chalk. She breaks better, gets into the race. This is the type of competition that she's got a good chance to win. And she's certainly a player. She's at odds of 5-2. Wouldn't blame anybody but for putting her in the second place, though, because she's got 10 seconds. The 2 horse is 40 Smooth. She's an interesting one at a little bit of a price. She's basically stepping up in class in a sense because her first start of the year was against the 11-9s, a conditional race that she got defeated by War Tapped, who's a pretty good one. That one came back to win. It was a shorter race, but that was a year layoff. This horse definitely was running against this type of competition when last seen way back when in 2022. Was very lightly raced in 23, so it was really a better effort than what it looks last time, considering the lack of action this horse had in the last couple years. So if she could move forward from that race, she could be competitive in here, and she's a good price in here at odds of 7-1. So they're going on the track for the 7th. Exacta, Tri, Super, and Daily Double offered. Scratch part of entry, Eros' Girl, and scratch the 3, Capital Gal.
And the runners are now on the track for race 7, an optional claiming allowance. New York breds going 6 furlongs. Here's the field. Number 1A, Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me. Luis Perez, the jockey. Number 2, 40 Smooth, Jose Baez with the call. Number 3 is Scratch. Number 4, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. Carlos Camilo, the jockey. Number 6, Embraceable Gal, Kevin Navarro in the saddle. Number 7, Isle Storm with Nazario Alvarado. And completing the field is number 5, No Chalk with Anthony Rodriguez. 5 minutes to post for race 7, 5 minutes. 1 minute to post, 1 minute. And the runners have now reached the starting gate. It's post time for race number 7. 40 Smooth has gone in. I know you ain't talking to me coming up. No Chalk, post position number 5. Wait, don't tell me. Two back, Embraceable Gal. Into the outside, Isle Storm. Good race here, Allowance optional claimer. They're going 6 furlongs, Isle Storm. To complete the line. A little bit hesitant to go in there. Still waiting for Isle Storm. 7 of 5 for the 5, No Chalk, who indeed is the Chalk. Isle Storm backs away. Isle Storm about it. Then backed away one more time. Isle Storm has sort of been weaving in and out of there. Been going in, then backing away. Isle Storm's in. We're ready to go. And Larough Good beginning for all the runners in the race. I know you ain't talking to me up on the pace as a share of the lead with 40 Smooth from the inside, and 40 Smooth strides out to take a short lead with 5 furlongs to go. So the pacemaker is 40 Smooth, a length and a quarter ahead of I Know You Ain't Talking to Me running in the second position. No Chalk, the favorite outside of that rival. There's a space of 2 to Isle Storm in the fourth position. Another 5 lengths further back to Wait, Don't Tell Me at the back with Embraceable Gal as they approach the far turn run, and the leader from the outside, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, has dropped back a little bit here. Going on with it, 40 Smooth and No Chalk. The favorites moved up to come and press. So with 5/16 to go, No Chalk has the head lead. Now it's a half length. Make it 3/4 of a length. No Chalk gets a length lead coming to the top of the lane. So the favorite's the one to run down coming off the turn. No Chalk off the turn, a length and 3/4 ahead. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me right up alongside of Embraceable Gal, who's coming on down the center of the track, but it's still on the front end. A good run here from that leader, No Chalk, who's in front by 2.5 lengths, and No Chalk will prevail. No Chalk, as the 3 to 5 Chalk wins it. Second home, Embraceable Gal. Photo for third. I think it went to Wait, Don't Tell Me over I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. And now in the winner's circle is No Chalk number 5. 5 No Chalk first. 6 Embraceable Gal second. 1A Wait, Don't Tell Me third. 4 I Know You Ain't Talking to Me fourth. 5-6 1A 4. 3 to 5 shot No Chalk gets it done. A 5-year-old chestnut mare by Tapiture out of Just Leave Me Alone by Speightstown. No Chalk bred in New York by Mattis Racing Stable, who now currently owns, trained by Sally Oreo Jr., and your winning jockey is Anthony Rodriguez. $3.30, the payout for No Chalk for a win bet of $2. And the 8th race is up next. No changes in the nightcap race 8. 22 minutes until the 8th race. 22 minutes until the finale.
All right, getting ready to conclude this racing card and this Finger Lakes Racing Week with race number 8. Looking back at the 7th, that was no chalk. Had some bad racing luck lately. Today, not so much. Was in perfect position under Anthony Rodriguez. Took over at the right time and got the win for Sal Iorio Jr. So Sal getting his first victory of the season. Congratulations to him. And that'll start the late double. Just a reminder, we do continue live racing Monday. Looking ahead to Labor Day, that's just a few weeks away. We are going to have our annual jockey foot race. Always a lot of fun. I think we're going to have to handicap Carlos Camilo because he's been winning it lately. But should be a full field. It is for the Permanently Disabled Jockey Fund. Finger Lakes will donate $200 per rider entered. And they're going to start out of the gate and run to the finish line. And if all of them make it, that is. Obviously no pari-mutuel wagering, but it is a lot of fun on Labor Day. And looks like we're going to be having some food promotions, possibly $2 hot dogs and $1 sodas. What a deal that would be. Looking ahead, Labor Day, Handicapping 101 as well. If you're not familiar with the racing game, a good way to learn. The guy's really good. Listen to his spiel. Very sharp guy that does that Handicapping 101. Labor Day, best place to be for the holiday right here at Finger Lakes. That's just a few weeks away. Let's look at the last race today. It is a 5,000 claimer. Now winners of race since the date or never won 4 races. Goes a distance of 6 furlongs. Good competitive dash for the final race of the card. And you say no favorite right now, no real odds-on favorite. I did lean towards the one double shot. And buyer beware. I mean, I like the horse, but he needs to get out of the starting gate. That's been the issue with double shot all this year. I mean, it wasn't a problem as bad in the past. I mean, he has had a history of poor breaking, but not like he has this year. I don't think he's had a race where he's had an alert start. So maybe you can count on that double shot getting off slow. It's just a matter of how slow that he gets out of the gate. It doesn't help that he's breaking from the inside, I'm sure. But if it's not that bad, he could get position early and the pace backs up to him. This is 5,000. So even with a bad break, he's still got the numbers to get up to win. It's just as long as it's not a horrible, horrible start. But that's kind of the gamble with a horse like Double Shot who breaks from the inside. But the drop in class is enough for consideration here in the last race. Another closer in the race figures to be the 6 Angelic Mission. Hasn't really run a bad race. Was in for the waiver claim in his first start of the year. Didn't take much for action. Still ran a decent 4th. Kind of ran evenly. Wasn't the strongest of fields. But his next start at 5.5 was good. He ran a good second behind Crunch BBB, who's been battling with Tougher. Last race he got caught wide. They didn't really back up to him as much. And it was a drop down Waheel that won the race on a muddy track. At the mercy of the pace, obviously. But if it does take its toll, Angelic Mission, look for this one to be closing late at the 6 furlong distance. So they're going on the track for the final race of this card. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta offered in race number 8.
And the runners are now making their way onto the track for race number 8, the nightcap. $5,000 claimers here, 3-year-olds and upward, going 6 furlongs. No changes in the finale. Race 8, here's the field. Number 1 is Double Shot. Michael Davila Jr. riding this afternoon. Number 2 is Bowing Snowman. Rafael Rohina Jr., the jockey. Number 4, Son of Darkness. Heeman Harkey with the ride. Number 5, bench walk. Jackie Davis has the assignment. Number 6, Angelic Mission. Luis Perez, the rider. Number 7, or rather, we're going to go to the number 8 now. That's Uncle Milty with Anthony Rodriguez set to navigate. And we've got 2 runners out of the post parade warming up here. There's number 3, Redemption Road. Kevin Navarro has the steering engagements. And number 7 is Holy Matrimony with Nazario Alvarado. 5 minutes to post for race 8. This is the finale, ladies and gentlemen. Good luck. Couple minutes more until the runners reach the starting gate. Couple minutes until you need to get your bets in, folks, for the nightcap race 8. And the runners have now reached the starting gate. It's post time for race number 8. A field of 8 here to contest 6 furlongs. Bowing Snowman to post position number 2. Rider's going to hop off here. Rafael Rohina Jr. Bowing Snowman takes his spot in the gate. Double shot to the inside post. Your current 8-5 favorite. Working with double shot to the rail. Double shot goes in. Redemption Road in the blue jacket. Son of Darkness to post 4. Bench Walk, post 5. Angelic Mission, the gray horse. Two back, Holy Matrimony, and Uncle Milty. Here's Uncle Milty to round out the field of 8. Uncle Milty and Anthony Rodriguez completing the line of 8, 49-1. The longest shot in the race. 9-5 for the Rail Horse double shot. 5-2 for number 4, Son of Darkness. We're ready to go. They're off. In the nightcap, a little bit of a sluggish break from Double Shot, who's at the back of the field after that beginning. Angelic Mission takes back after breaking alertly. Uncle Milty's there on the front end with Redemption Road and Bowing Snowman down on the inside. Son of Darkness 3 deep on the course, so they're down the back stretch here, and Bowing Snowman has the lead a half length from Redemption Road, who's running in second. Son of Darkness to the outside third, 3 deep. A space of 2.5 to Uncle Milty in the 4th position. Inside of Holy Matrimony approaching the far turn run. They're 4 better than Angelic Vision. Double Shot, the favorite, passing him, claims the 6th position, 8 lengths off the lead, but under a ride, advancing as they round the far turn, and Bench Walk is at the back, approaching the quarter pole. Bowing Snowman is a 1/4 mile more to get, a 1.25 edge. Son of Darkness clearly into the 2nd position. Redemption Road calls it an afternoon, is bowing out as they come down the lane. Outside, Holy Matrimony's putting in a run down the grandstand side, and down on the inside, Uncle Milty's in with a shot. Double Shot exploding down the outside, and Double Shot made that move from the 3/8 pole to the wire, and it was the winning move. Double Shot, Michael Davila Jr. on top. Holy Matrimony's 2nd, photo for the Shodo, Uncle Milty, and Bowing Snowman in the finale at Finger Lakes. Number 1, Double Shot first. 7, Holy Matrimony second. 8, Uncle Milty third. 2, Bowing Snowman fourth. 1782, your top 4. 1782. Please continue to stand by until the results are declared official. Now entering the winner's circle is number 1, Double Shot. This race is now official. Double Shot is a 7-year-old bay gelding by Bourbon Courage out of Elegant Finish by Speightstown. Double Shot, bred in New York by Spruce Lane Farm and Partners, now owned by David Iola, and also trained by David Iola. Your winning jockey, Michael Davila Jr. Number 1, Double Shot, your winner, paying $660 to win. 6 of 6 in the pick 6 returns $270.50. Consolation for 5 of 6. You've got $3.95 back. Late pick 5, $84.37. Late pick 4, $43 even. Ladies and gentlemen, live racing does resume at Finger Lakes on Monday. Monday through Wednesday racing. First post each day, 1 p.m. But remember, our casino on the first floor. A wide variety of slot machines down there, open 7 days a week, many hours of the day. So whether it's racing season or not, day or evening, head on downstairs to the Finger Lakes Casino on the first floor. Open every day. Folks, this is your substitute track announcer, Matt Dinnerman, signing off. It's been a pleasure being here, enjoying your community, and being a part of this community for 2 of the last 3 weeks. On Monday, your regular track announcer, Anthony Stabile, happy to hear that he will be back in action on the mic, and we look forward to listening from wherever we may be, and we hope that you're here at Finger Lakes. For Anthony, back in the booth. We'll see you next time, folks. Until then, may your dreams be winning ones, and may those dreams come true. Keep living the dream, folks. Good night.